welcome. You're here now, and there's nothing more you need to do. Allow your mind to drift peacefully into the quiet embrace of history, into moments filled with freedom, adventure, and courage. Tonight, you'll journey softly across distant seas, guided by the stories of pirates whose lives were shaped by daring dreams and boundless independence. Their legacy is woven not merely from tales of plunder and adventure, but from the quiet dignity, resilience, and humanity hidden within each voyage. Moments that subtly reshaped destinies and echoed quietly across generations. These are the stories of legendary figures who sailed boldly beyond the confines of society, whose adventures still capture our imaginations, and whose lives continue to remind us of the enduring human desire for freedom. Close your eyes, allow today's thoughts to drift peacefully away, and listen as an extraordinary tapestry of adventure, independence, and courage quietly unfolds. Imagine the Atlantic, vast and boundless, softly shimmering beneath a blanket of stars. Moonlight dances quietly upon the water's surface, painting silver trails across the peaceful night. You find yourself on the North Carolina coast, where gentle tides brush against the sandbanks, whispering secrets carried by the ocean breeze. Here, centuries ago, beneath these same quiet skies, a legend sailed silently into history. A pirate named Edward Teach, known to the world as Blackbeard. In the murmur of Bristol's maritime evenings, Edward Teach's youth unfolded like the turning pages of an unwritten book. Born around 1680, his childhood was surrounded by the hum of busy docks, where timber creaked softly against sturdy ropes, and the distant call of seagulls marked the coming and going of ships bound for faraway shores. His days began early, with sunlight softly flooding through narrow windows, casting warm, golden hues across wooden floors. He often wandered the harbour, where sailors with weathered faces told hushed stories about adventures beyond the horizon, tales of distant islands, turquoise waters, and hidden treasures guarded by coral reefs. Edward listened quietly, wide-eyed with wonder, absorbing every detail as though these stories themselves were guiding him toward his destiny. His family life remains obscured in history's quiet shadows, but it's believed his upbringing was modest and humble. Perhaps his father worked the docks, hands calloused from ropes and sails, or perhaps he was a mariner himself, returning home occasionally with small treasures from far-off lands, shells that echoed softly when pressed to the ear, delicate carvings from islands where the air smelled sweet and tropical. As Edward grew older, the bustling life of Bristol's port stirred within him a restless longing. With every passing ship, his yearning deepened, a quiet but irresistible call, whispering promises of freedom, adventure, and boundless seas. At last, unable to resist the pull of distant horizons, young Edward Teach stepped aboard his first vessel, ready to embrace a life shaped by waves and wind, unaware that his name would one day become legend. Edward Teach first stepped aboard a merchant ship, quietly eager, barely a man, yet deeply aware of the vastness that stretched before him. Picture him standing on the deck as dawn broke over Bristol Harbour, golden rays illuminating the wooden planks beneath his feet, sails billowing gracefully in the morning breeze. Around him, sailors worked in steady rhythm, their voices softly murmuring commands that would soon become second nature to the young Teach. His early journeys were calm yet rigorous, travelling trade routes to distant Caribbean islands, where palms swayed gently beneath turquoise skies and white sands sparkled invitingly under the midday sun. Edward learned quickly the knots, the sails, the language of wind and wave. He watched quietly, absorbing knowledge from seasoned seamen, silently mastering the art of navigation by starlight. Under these vast celestial maps, he first felt the exhilaration of freedom, a freedom he had imagined but now truly tasted, far from the familiar harbours of his childhood. Over time, life aboard merchant ships revealed harsher truths. Pirates stalked trade routes, often appearing swiftly and silently, their black flags sending shivers of both dread and awe down the spines of sailors who crossed their paths. Edward watched and learned, observing their tactics, the precise maneuvers, the intimidating yet oddly disciplined way they commandeered vessels. Something in their boldness spoke to him, a quiet admiration that grew stronger with every encounter. Eventually, circumstances inevitably drew Edward from sailor to privateer. During Queen Anne's War, he found himself aboard vessels commissioned by the British Crown, authorized to disrupt enemy trade. He sailed through softly glowing Caribbean nights, pursuing French and Spanish ships beneath stars that twinkled calmly overhead, indifferent witnesses to the human dramas unfolding below. As a privateer, Edward Teach first glimpsed the thin line between sanctioned naval warfare and outright piracy. His missions involved intercepting foreign vessels, taking cargo that would weaken enemy economies. The distinctions blurred subtly over time, lines drawn on maps dissolving into ocean currents. It was in this grey twilight that Teach's identity shifted gently but surely, a transition marked not by sudden violence, but by quiet realization. After peace treaties dissolved privateer commissions, many sailors found themselves adrift. Men of the sea with skills no longer wanted, men like Edward Teach who refused to surrender the freedom of the waves for the mundane routines ashore. And thus, quietly, naturally, he embraced piracy, driven not merely by necessity, but by the irresistible call of independence, the chance to truly master his own fate upon the boundless ocean. Teach soon joined the ranks of renowned pirate Benjamin Hornigold. Under Hornigold's careful mentorship, Edward's potential bloomed. Hornigold admired his natural charisma, his quiet intelligence, and steady hand. They sailed side by side through waters both serene and tempestuous, sharing raids, planning voyages under lantern-lit decks, plotting courses over faded maps that promised untold wealth and unending adventure. It was Hornigold who entrusted Teach with command of his own vessel, recognizing something uniquely powerful, yet contained in the young pirate. Teach received a modest sloop, a ship nimble enough to slip through shallow bays and hidden coves. He named her Revenge, a quiet yet profound declaration of his emerging identity. Under Teach's leadership, Revenge navigated silently and skillfully, appearing from morning mists, disappearing into moonlit shadows, earning the pirate captain growing respect from allies and enemies alike. But it was in 1717, off the coast of Martinique, that Teach acquired the vessel that would become his true legacy, the captured French slave ship, La Concorde. She was a grand vessel, powerful yet graceful, destined for far more legendary voyages. Renaming her Queen Anne's Revenge, Teach transformed her into a fearsome pirate ship, arming her with cannons salvaged from captured vessels. The Revenge was now a flagship worthy of legend, a floating fortress whose very silhouette against the horizon could still hearts and paralyze merchant captains with awe and dread. With Queen Anne's Revenge beneath him, Edward Teach fully embraced his new persona, Blackbeard. No longer merely a sailor or privateer, he became an icon, the very embodiment of the pirate's fearsome freedom. Yet even as his legend grew, he remained softly tethered to the boy who once gazed longingly toward distant horizons, the young Edward Teach, who had quietly dreamed of a life unfettered by rules or limits. Now, in command of his ship and his destiny, Blackbeard sailed confidently into history, ready to carve his name forever into the endless narrative of the sea. Now, beneath skies that stretched endlessly, painted each evening with the subtle pastels of dusk, Blackbeard sailed upon the open ocean, free and powerful. The deck of Queen Anne's Revenge felt alive beneath his feet, timbers whispering stories of distant ports, hidden coves, and moonlit escapades. The vastness of the sea became his domain, a serene expanse that concealed countless adventures, destined to become legends. Life aboard Blackbeard's flagship was both disciplined and surprisingly democratic. He commanded with quiet authority, rarely needing to raise his voice, relying instead on a calm yet unmistakable strength. Under his watchful gaze, the crew moved with practiced efficiency, their loyalty earned through fairness, courage, and the promise of riches shared equally. Unlike many pirate captains, Blackbeard inspired respect as much as fear, guiding his men through storms and days under the relentless sun, their sails billowing confidently in steady winds. Notorious though he was, Blackbeard seldom relied on violence alone. His greatest weapon was his calculated use of intimidation, crafting an image that transformed encounters into swift, bloodless surrenders. Tall and imposing, dressed entirely in black, with his thick beard braided and tied with slow-burning fuses, he created an otherworldly aura, an apparition emerging from smoke and mist. Opponents often surrendered without resistance, their resolve melting beneath his commanding presence. The Caribbean waters whispered tales of Blackbeard's cleverness and cunning. One evening, near the shores of Nassau, he famously blockaded the harbour without firing a single cannonball. He anchored his ship strategically, watching from the deck as merchant vessels surrendered rather than risk confrontation. The mere sight of Queen Anne's Revenge silhouetted against twilight skies, cannons gleaming in the fading sun, was enough to dissuade even the bravest sailors from challenging him. Among Blackbeard's most memorable exploits was the blockade of Charleston, South Carolina, in May 1718. Approaching the bustling colonial harbor quietly, he captured several merchant ships without resistance, positioning his fleet in a calm but imposing stance. His demands surprised everyone, not gold or silver, but medicine to treat his ailing crew, revealing a pragmatic care for their well-being. Charleston quickly complied, delivering supplies swiftly, allowing Blackbeard to depart as smoothly as he had arrived, leaving behind a legend that would echo through history. Yet life at sea also brought moments of quiet reflection. Under clear nights, when the ocean was smooth as polished glass, Blackbeard would sometimes stand alone at the ship's bow, gazing thoughtfully at constellations shimmering overhead. These private moments hinted at the complexity of a man remembered primarily for his fearsome image. Beneath the smoke and intimidating persona lay a man who cherished contemplation, deeply connected to the boundless freedom the sea offered. Throughout his voyages, Blackbeard's reputation spread widely, becoming synonymous with the golden age of piracy itself. Merchants, naval officers, and colonial governors spoke his name with a mixture of fear, respect, and reluctant admiration. Even those who opposed him understood the unique dignity he brought to his chosen life. A man fully committed to the untamed freedom of the open waters. Yet Blackbeard knew, as all seafarers must, that such freedom carried its own quiet dangers. Storms rose unpredictably, rolling across horizons before erupting into violent torrents of wind and rain. Always, with precise confidence, Blackbeard steered Queen Anne's Revenge through each tempest, his steady hand guiding her safely, his crew assured by his unwavering leadership. In calmer times, near palm-lined shores and secluded bays, Blackbeard's fleet would anchor, hidden from view. He established bases in sheltered harbours and island coves where his crew could rest, recover, and celebrate their spoils. Around campfires burning beneath starry skies, stories unfolded, tales of narrow escapes, hidden treasures, and distant adventures. Blackbeard listened quietly, eyes reflecting the flickering flames, knowing each story strengthened their shared bonds of independence. Even as he mastered piracy, Edward Teach remained a paradox. A pirate who chose cunning over cruelty, a commander who valued loyalty above obedience, a figure of fear who deeply respected the beauty and dangers of the sea. As Queen Anne's Revenge sailed steadily through history, Blackbeard understood profoundly that the ocean could give and take in equal measure, aware his own journey was destined to become legend, whispered across generations by waves brushing against the shores of time. Blackbeard's legacy transcended the boundaries of his actions, etched indelibly into history through a carefully cultivated persona. His most distinctive trait was, of course, his appearance, a calculated blend of theatrics and fear designed to intimidate even the bravest souls. Standing well over 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders and commanding posture, Blackbeard projected an aura that seemed larger than life. He dressed entirely in dark clothing, adding layers to accentuate his imposing presence, complete with a wide-brimmed hat, casting shadows over eyes that burned with intelligence and authority. Yet the most legendary feature of Blackbeard's persona was his beard, thick, wild, and meticulously braided. To heighten his fearsome appearance, he wove hemp cords dipped in slow-burning fuses into his beard, igniting them before boarding enemy vessels. This chilling spectacle gave him a supernatural aura, cloaking his face in smoke, flames, and shadows, creating the illusion of a phantom rather than a man. His enemies believed they faced not just a pirate, but a force of nature, terrifyingly invincible and impossible to resist. Beyond appearances, Blackbeard was also distinguished by his sharp intellect and strategic foresight. Rather than engaging recklessly, he carefully selected targets, balancing risk with the promise of substantial rewards. His strategy often involved surprise and deception, favoring intimidation over outright conflict. It was said that many encounters ended simply with Blackbeard's appearance on deck, opponents surrendering before a single cannon had fired. One notable legend involves Blackbeard's strategic approach to discipline among his crew. To maintain control without violence, he cultivated an unpredictable reputation. Crewmen whispered that their captain possessed mystical abilities, or even pacts with otherworldly powers. Stories of him pacing quietly along the deck at midnight, speaking softly to unseen presences, spread widely. Rumors he subtly encouraged, knowing fear of the unknown was a far stronger deterrent than harsh punishment could ever be. The legends surrounding Blackbeard's treasure are perhaps even more tantalizing. Though modern historians question the extent of his wealth, Contemporary sailors and villagers firmly believed that he buried vast riches along secluded shores from the Caribbean to the Carolinas. Tales of hidden chests filled with gold coins, gleaming jewels, and artifacts stolen from grand Spanish galleons became folklore, whispered around campfires and tavern hearths. Maps claiming to detail the exact location of Blackbeard's treasure were passed quietly among hopeful treasure hunters, each one hoping to discover fortunes hidden beneath palm fronds or buried deep within coastal caves. Another notable legend spoke of his relationship with his flagship, Queen Anne's Revenge. Some believed Blackbeard commanded supernatural powers that protected the vessel from harm. Storms seemed to part in the ship's path. Cannons mysteriously misfired when aimed at its hull, and enemy sailors claimed to see ghostly figures manning its decks during nighttime battles. Whether these tales were encouraged or simply the product of fear-driven imaginations, they further solidified Blackbeard's mythic status. Despite his carefully orchestrated aura of menace, Edward Teach displayed surprising moments of mercy and pragmatism. Historical accounts recall instances when he spared captives, treating them with unexpected respect. Occasionally, he returned stolen goods, and on other occasions, allowed captured sailors to leave unharmed, sending them back to port to spread word of his legend. Blackbeard understood the power of reputation and storytelling, intentionally crafting each decision to reinforce the mythology surrounding him. In truth, the most enduring aspect of Blackbeard's legend may have been his profound understanding of human psychology. He masterfully manipulated perceptions, transforming himself from a mere man into an enduring figure whose shadow lingered long after he had passed. His distinctive approach to piracy, marked by theatricality, intelligence, and calculated restraint, elevated him from a notorious criminal to an almost mythical figure. Today, centuries after he sailed, Blackbeard's name evokes images of mystery, daring, and adventure. Tales of his life continue to captivate imaginations, inspiring novels, films, and legends whispered to children beneath blankets late at night. The pirate who once stood calmly amid fire and smoke aboard Queen Anne's Revenge now sails eternally through the seas of history. His name a testament not merely to piracy, but to the timeless human desire for freedom, adventure, and immortality. All journeys must inevitably find their ending, and for Blackbeard, that conclusion came in November of 1718 in the shallow waters off Ocracoke Island, North Carolina. It was a quiet, mist-shrouded dawn, soft waves lapping against the hulls of anchored ships, the stillness broken only by distant calls of seabirds gliding above. Blackbeard had anchored in this remote harbour, a hidden sanctuary he favoured for moments of rest and reflection. Yet on this morning, the quiet peace concealed a threat moving stealthily closer through the fading darkness. Lieutenant Robert Maynard, a determined officer of the British Royal Navy, had quietly pursued Blackbeard for weeks, guided by whispered rumours and subtle clues from local informants. Maynard's ships, sleek and swift, approached cautiously under the cloak of early morning fog, silently positioning themselves for an ambush. Blackbeard, alert and ever vigilant, sensed danger, his instincts sharpened by years at sea. Yet the Navy's approach had been carefully orchestrated. Escape was now impossible. When the first pale streaks of sunlight pierced the mist, battle erupted, a fierce clash that echoed across calm waters. Cannons roared, their thunderous reports shattering the early morning silence, while decks splintered beneath barrages of grape shot and musket fire. Yet amid chaos, Blackbeard stood calm and unyielding, his voice steady, commands clear, his presence reassuring his men even as his ship trembled beneath their feet. Legend records Blackbeard's final battle as both fierce and brief. After his ship became entangled with Maynard's vessel, the confrontation shifted into a desperate melee. Sword in hand, Blackbeard fought with remarkable courage, holding off several opponents single-handedly. Even after sustaining wounds, he refused to surrender, defiant and unyielding to the very end. His final stand became a testament to his courage and determination, cementing forever his legend as a fearless warrior of the sea. Blackbeard fell that morning, and the sea quietly claimed its infamous son. Maynard's sailors recounted tales of his extraordinary resilience, describing how he fought even after sustaining severe wounds, seeming almost supernatural in his endurance. The final moments of Blackbeard's life became legendary, echoing through maritime lore, a pirate whose indomitable spirit refused defeat until the very last breath. Yet, even in death, Blackbeard's legend refused to fade. Stories soon emerged, claiming his headless body circled the captured ship 3 times before sinking beneath the waves. Though sailors often traded in superstitions, this particular tale reinforced his myth, suggesting that even the ocean itself mourned the passing of such a formidable captain. His death marked not just the end of one pirate's life, but symbolically the twilight of piracy's golden age. In the years following, naval patrols intensified, laws tightened, and pirates found fewer safe harbors. Blackbeard's dramatic final chapter thus came to represent an entire era's close, a last blaze of defiance against the encroaching reach of civilization and law. Yet the true power of Blackbeard's legacy lies not merely in his dramatic death, nor in the scattered treasures he supposedly left hidden across secluded shores. It lives within the enduring symbol he created, an emblem of freedom, adventure, and defiance. In taverns and seaside villages from Bristol to Barbados, his name lived on, spoken in hushed admiration or boisterous celebration. Children dreamed of sailing beneath Blackbeard's flag, imagining adventures beneath boundless skies, while poets and novelists found endless inspiration in his compelling story. Today, centuries after his sails last vanished beneath the horizon, Blackbeard remains a figure of fascination. Historians debate the truths behind his legends, while treasure hunters continue combing beaches in search of chests hidden long ago. Yet perhaps his greatest legacy is intangible, an enduring representation of humanity's timeless desire for independence, courage, and unbounded exploration. As you drift softly towards sleep tonight, let Blackbeard's story remind you that every life, no matter how complex or controversial, leaves behind echoes, ripples that gently touch shores far beyond one's own time. Though he sailed centuries ago, the waves that once carried Queen Anne's revenge still lap against sands that bear witness to his legend. Edward Teach, Blackbeard, continues to voyage endlessly through history, forever alive within the quiet stories whispered by the sea. As the echoes of Blackbeard's legend slowly fade into the distant sounds of the ocean night, another tale rises from the shadows of history, a story filled with boldness and defiance, fierce courage, and unyielding independence. Across the moonlit Caribbean waters, beneath stars that shine upon endless seas, we turn our gaze now toward a woman whose life broke every rule and shattered every expectation. Her name was Bonny, and her extraordinary story awaits on the horizon, where adventure and rebellion meet beneath the endless sky. The Caribbean night hung quietly over the harbour of Nassau, its moonlit streets murmuring secrets of pirates and freedom seekers. Lanterns flickered softly along the waterfront, illuminating taverns filled with whispered tales of adventure and rebellion. In these shadowed streets, among these daring souls who thrived beyond the law's reach, emerged Anne Bonny, a woman whose fierce spirit would defy every expectation, challenging the very sea itself. Anne Bonny's life would come to symbolize courage and audacity in an era dominated by men. Her story begins here, in the vibrant heart of pirate freedom, a place where she would carve her own unforgettable path beneath endless skies. Anne Bonny was born far from the bustling docks of Nassau, her earliest years rooted in the tranquil countryside of County Cork, Ireland. Around the year 1700, in a quiet rural home shielded by green hills and sweeping pastures, Anne entered the world under circumstances that would mark her life from its earliest moments. Born the illegitimate daughter of a prosperous lawyer named William Cormac and his servant Mary Brennan, Anne's presence disrupted societal expectations from the very start. To escape scandal, Anne's father took her across the Atlantic to a fresh start in the colonial port of Charleston, South Carolina. There, amid the humid southern air, heavy with the scent of magnolias and salt marshes, Anne grew into a strong-willed young woman. Her childhood, although comfortable by colonial standards, was marked by rebelliousness and independence. Anne preferred exploring the marshy coastlines and tangled woods over the stifling constraints of genteel society. Her fiery spirit quickly drew attention, and Anne gained a reputation for her temper and bold personality, traits uncommon among young women of her time. Her vibrant red hair and piercing gaze hinted at a restless energy, a determination that rejected any notion of a quiet, predictable life. Defying her father's expectations, Anne found herself drawn to the bustling docks of Charleston, captivated by the sailors' stories, vivid and daring, whispered beneath flickering lanterns in dockside taverns. These were tales of freedom and lawlessness, of islands untouched and seas uncharted. The pull of adventure was irresistible. It was here, among ships setting sail for distant horizons, that Anne Bonny first envisioned a life that defied every convention. When she married young sailor James Bonny against her father's wishes, she stepped decisively onto a new path, one that would eventually lead her to the pirate haven of Nassau. Her father disowned her, but Anne did not falter. Instead, she embraced the uncertainty of the open sea and the promise of a life lived on her own terms. Arriving in Nassau around 1715, Anne's spirit found its true home. Here, amid taverns filled with pirates and adventurers, she felt for the first time truly free, free from society's rigid expectations, free to define her own destiny beneath an endless Caribbean sky. Anne Bonny's path from a defiant young woman in Charleston to one of history's most infamous pirates began with her arrival in Nassau, a thriving pirate haven in the heart of the Caribbean. The bustling port was a world apart from the rigid, polite society Anne had left behind, a place where pirates, privateers, runaway slaves, and misfits from across the globe gathered under the banner of freedom. Nassau was alive with the energy of possibility, pulsing day and night with the vibrant chaos of taverns, bustling marketplaces, and crowded docks. Initially, Anne lived in Nassau with her husband, James Bonny, who had ambitions of earning wealth by turning informer against local pirates. Anne despised his cowardice and his willingness to betray those she secretly admired. Her growing dissatisfaction deepened into resentment. She longed instead for authenticity, courage, and loyalty, traits embodied by the men and women who thrived openly beyond the law's reach. It wasn't long before Anne's fierce independence and fiery spirit caught the eye of one such figure, the charismatic pirate captain known as Calico Jack Rackham. Calico Jack was instantly captivated by Anne's courage and intensity, recognizing a fellow rebel spirit beneath her bold exterior. Soon, their attraction turned into a passionate affair, scandalizing even the free-thinking pirate community. Determined to free herself entirely from a life of quiet frustration, Anne abandoned James Bonny, choosing openly to sail with Calico Jack instead. It was a decision that cemented her reputation as a woman unafraid of consequences, willing to live entirely on her own terms. Yet Anne's journey toward piracy was about more than romance or rebellion alone. Under Rackham's mentorship, she quickly discovered a natural aptitude for piracy's dangerous, adventurous lifestyle. Embracing the open sea with fierce determination, Anne became proficient in navigation, swordsmanship, and the strategies essential for boarding ships swiftly and decisively. She discarded dresses for practical trousers, wore pistols on her hips, and tied back her fiery red hair beneath wide-brimmed hats. On the deck of Rackham's ship, Anne Bonny finally felt fully herself, unapologetic, powerful, and entirely free. It wasn't long before Anne Bonny stood alongside Rackham, raiding merchant vessels and outsmarting naval patrols across the Caribbean. Her presence was imposing and undeniable. Captives described her fierce gaze and commanding voice, recounting how she fought bravely and fearlessly alongside her male counterparts. Crewmates respected her as an equal, her courage and tenacity elevating her to a position few women had ever reached on the open seas. In the course of these adventures, Anne developed a unique friendship with another remarkable woman aboard Rackham's ship, Mary Red, who had spent years disguised as a man. Initially rivals, the two women eventually became close allies, bonded by mutual respect and shared experiences in a world dominated by men. Together, Anne and Mary challenged every traditional notion of gender and power, rewriting rules of piracy itself. Their exploits became legendary, spreading swiftly across the Caribbean and back to colonial ports, inspiring awe, fear, and fascination. Anne's reputation as a pirate was marked not by brutality, but by her fearless resolve and strategic intelligence. When other pirates hesitated, Anne moved swiftly, often leading the charge onto enemy vessels, her voice ringing clear above chaos, driving her crew forward. Her presence alone inspired confidence among Rackham's crew, who viewed her not merely as a woman aboard their ship, but as a leader worthy of respect and loyalty. Yet even as Anne thrived in her new life, danger remained ever present. Colonial authorities and naval patrols pursued pirates relentlessly, determined to eliminate lawlessness from the Caribbean. For Anne, each day was a careful balance of freedom and risk, a continuous dance on the edge of discovery and capture. But she chose this life willingly, unafraid of the consequences, fully aware that true freedom demanded constant courage and sacrifice. Anne Bonny's transformation from rebellious young woman to legendary pirate was complete. She stood as a testament to the power of individual choice, courageously forging a path few had dared to imagine, let alone walk. Her decision to embrace piracy reflected more than defiance. It was a deliberate assertion of identity, an unwavering commitment to the fierce independence she had sought since childhood. Now, Beneath wide skies and across boundless seas, Anne Bonny sailed confidently into legend, ready to face whatever lay beyond the horizon. Life aboard Calico Jack's pirate ship proved to be precisely what Anne Bonny had long sought, a thrilling mixture of adventure, danger, and boundless freedom. Days at sea began with the bright Caribbean sunrise, splashing vibrant colors across the horizon, illuminating vast stretches of turquoise ocean that spread endlessly in every direction. Anne quickly adapted to this rhythm of life, mastering the delicate balance between camaraderie and command, skillfully handling a sword and pistol, and confidently navigating the intricate complexities of shipboard life. Among the most compelling aspects of Anne's career as a pirate was her steadfast partnership with Mary Red. Together, Anne and Mary formed a formidable duo, respected by crew and feared by enemies. Unlike many pirates who relied solely on brute force, Anne Bonny and Mary Red blended cunning strategy and swift action, regularly executing clever tactics to outmaneuver heavily armed merchant vessels and naval ships alike. One of their most memorable encounters involved a wealthy merchant ship sailing near Jamaica, its crew heavily armed and confident. Disguising their vessel as a harmless fishing boat, Anne and her crew approached casually, showing no aggression until they drew within striking distance. At Anne's signal, the crew swiftly raised their pirate flag, unleashing chaos and confusion aboard the merchant vessel. Anne led the boarding party herself, wielding her cutlass with fierce determination and precision. The battle was brief, swift and decisive, ending with Anne personally accepting the surrender of the merchant captain. Tales of such decisive victories spread quickly, solidifying her reputation as one of the most daring pirates of her era. Yet Anne's notoriety extended far beyond tactical prowess. Her fierce temperament and uncompromising authority on deck became legendary among pirates and captives alike. Historical accounts vividly describe her formidable presence, standing tall on deck, fearless in battle, and commanding total respect from those around her. Anne embodied a new kind of pirate, bold, resourceful, and entirely unapologetic. Her shipmates recounted that Anne and Mary rarely hesitated when action was required, frequently leading boarding parties ahead of even the bravest men aboard. When the ship faced danger, Anne stood firm, her courage a rallying point that often tipped the scales in their favor. Her ability to inspire loyalty from the crew was unmatched, and her sharp wit diffused tensions among even the most volatile sailors. Anne's ship roamed freely through the Caribbean waters, capturing ships from Jamaica to Cuba and striking fear into merchant captains navigating the busy trade routes. They became infamous for their efficiency and audacity, engaging targets far larger and better equipped, yet often emerging victorious through sheer determination and strategic brilliance. Each successful raid filled their hold with riches, and Anne took particular satisfaction in redistributing wealth that once belonged to merchants who profited from colonial exploitation. But the freedom Anne cherished was always shadowed by risk. Naval ships regularly patrolled these waters, intent on hunting pirates who had become too bold. Each encounter brought potential danger, storms, naval cannon fire, betrayal. But Anne embraced this precarious existence, finding excitement where others saw peril. Her philosophy was simple: true freedom demanded acceptance of danger, and she never wavered in her commitment to the pirate's life. Life at sea was not without its quieter moments. At night, Beneath skies awash in starlight, Anne often stood alone at the rail, gazing toward distant horizons, her thoughts her own. She knew her chosen path would eventually come with consequences, but she never regretted it, recognizing that she had seized an existence far richer than the comfortable, predictable life she left behind. Over time, Anne Bonny's exploits inspired both awe and fear among colonial governors, naval officers, and fellow pirates alike. While some condemned her as an outlaw, many others secretly admired her daring defiance, independence, and relentless bravery. Anne's name spread swiftly across the Caribbean, whispered in ports and taverns as a symbol of rebellion and fearless ambition. Yet perhaps Anne's greatest triumph was her unyielding refusal to be defined by others' expectations or limitations. Aboard Calico Jack's ship, Anne Bonny had forged a life entirely of her own making, a life where she lived fully and without compromise, forever changing perceptions of what a woman could accomplish. As Anne sailed onward beneath endless skies, she became more than merely a pirate. She became a living legend, forever etched into maritime lore. The sea embraced her courage and resilience, carrying her story across generations, ensuring her adventures would echo long after her days of piracy had passed. Anne Bonny's legacy stands uniquely among pirates, not just because she was one of the rare female figures in piracy, but because her fierce independence and unwavering determination distinguished her in ways that transcended gender or convention. Physically striking, Anne was immediately recognizable, her vibrant red hair catching the Caribbean sunlight, eyes fierce with determination, and an intense presence that commanded respect even among hardened pirate crews. Unlike many pirates who built their legends upon brutality, Anne Bonny became legendary for her bold defiance, relentless courage, and unmistakable charisma. Tales circulated of her challenging the conventions of pirate life, refusing to disguise herself or hide her identity. She proudly embraced her role aboard ship, dressed openly in practical trousers and shirts, armed with pistols and a cutlass at her side. Her refusal to conceal her femininity, and the strength she displayed because of it, captivated both her crewmates and captives alike, setting her apart from countless other pirates whose exploits faded quickly from memory. Anne was infamous for her quick temper and unflinching resolve. Legends recount numerous episodes where she openly confronted men who underestimated or disrespected her, establishing a reputation as a pirate who never tolerated insolence or betrayal. One widely recounted story describes Anne confronting a fellow crewman who had insulted her courage. Without hesitation, Anne challenged him to a duel, easily besting him with superior skill and determination, forever silencing questions about her bravery or capability. Her close friendship with Mary Read further enriched her legend. The two women often fought side by side, creating an almost mythical partnership that fascinated sailors across the Caribbean. Many captives, astonished by their fierce bravery, spread stories of Anne and Mary boldly leading boarding parties, battling more fiercely and bravely than their male counterparts. They were often the first to charge onto enemy decks, their courage setting an example that rallied the rest of the crew. Stories of Anne's exploits often emphasized her remarkable skill in combat and exceptional strategic mind. Rather than relying purely on strength, Anne employed cunning and precise timing, exploiting weaknesses and vulnerabilities that others overlooked. Her keen intelligence often proved decisive in encounters with larger, more heavily armed merchant ships. On multiple occasions, Anne led stealthy night raids, slipping aboard enemy vessels quietly, capturing them with minimal conflict and loss. Yet Anne Bonny's legend also grew through stories reflecting her complexity and humanity. Witnesses and fellow pirates recounted surprising moments of compassion hidden beneath her fierce exterior. Anne sometimes advocated for mercy toward captives, particularly those who posed no threat or who surrendered honorably. On one occasion, when a captured ship contained women and children, Anne insisted they be safely released ashore, an act that further complicated her reputation, demonstrating a pirate who maintained a nuanced moral compass amidst lawlessness. Anne's fierce independence was perhaps her greatest trademark. She repeatedly resisted expectations placed upon her by society, her crew, and even her pirate companions. Anne lived entirely on her own terms, driven by a relentless pursuit of personal freedom. She rejected roles traditionally reserved for women and demanded to be treated as an equal among pirates. Her powerful presence became a rallying symbol for those seeking a life of liberation and defiance. Rumors and legends about hidden treasure inevitably surrounded Anne, much like other pirates of her era. While there is no historical evidence confirming Anne's buried treasure, tales persisted throughout the Caribbean, claiming she hid vast riches among remote islands or isolated coves. Stories fueled more by imagination and admiration than by evidence. Still, these stories enhanced her myth, painting her as a figure who managed not just to seize freedom, but to protect her wealth from the grasping hands of authority. Anne Bonny's legend thrived long after she had vanished from the historical record. Her story inspired songs, stories, and folklore throughout ports, from Nassau to Port Royal, from Jamaica to Charleston. Her name became synonymous with rebellion, resilience, and courage, qualities universally admired by sailors, adventurers, and dreamers alike. Even today, Anne's legacy endures, celebrated not simply as a pirate, but as an embodiment of freedom and defiance, a woman who shattered every barrier set before her and emerged, triumphant and unforgettable, on the wide, unending sea of history. Anne Bonny's life as a pirate burned brightly but swiftly, a fierce flame that lit the seas with her bold adventures, yet inevitably drew unwanted attention from colonial authorities. In the autumn of 1720, her story approached its fateful turning point. While anchored off the coast of Jamaica, Anne, Mary Red, Calico Jack Rackham, and their crew enjoyed a temporary respite, unaware that their position had been betrayed. Governor Woodes Rogers, determined to eradicate piracy from Caribbean waters, dispatched a heavily armed patrol under Captain Jonathan Barnett to intercept them. The confrontation happened suddenly, in the dark of night. Rackham's ship was caught off guard, anchored and vulnerable. The crew, having indulged too heavily in celebration, found themselves unable to rally effectively. Amid the confusion, Anne Bonny and Mary Red stood resolute. Refusing to surrender, they fought furiously, shouting orders and rallying what few sailors could muster courage and clarity. Witness accounts vividly describe Anne firing pistols from the deck, fiercely defending the freedom she had fought so passionately to achieve. Despite their bravery, the battle was brief and ended with their capture. Brought to Port Royal in Jamaica, Anne, Mary, and Rackham faced trial swiftly, their pirate careers at an abrupt and dramatic conclusion. While Rackham's fate was quickly decided, Anne and Mary, to the astonishment of the court, revealed they were pregnant. an announcement that postponed their executions due to English law. Rackham, denied such clemency, visited Anne a final time in prison, reportedly seeking comfort or forgiveness. Yet Anne's words to him were famously unsentimental and brutally honest. "Had you fought like a man, you need not have been hanged like a dog." It was a blunt epitaph, perfectly encapsulating Anne's unwavering character and fierce spirit. Mary Red died in prison, succumbing to illness, leaving Anne Bonny alone to face an uncertain fate. Historical records grow silent about Anne's life from this point forward, her final destiny fading into obscurity. Some speculate that she was eventually released and lived out her days in quiet anonymity, possibly returning to South Carolina or fading into the rural landscapes of the colonial world. Other stories suggest she resumed piracy under a new identity, sailing far beyond the Caribbean, continuing her quest for freedom. Yet Anne Bonny's lasting legacy is far clearer than her uncertain fate. She emerged as an enduring symbol of rebellion and courage, transcending her historical moment to inspire generations. Her life was more than a series of pirate raids and battles. It was a powerful statement of self-determination, resilience, and defiance against restrictive societal expectations. Anne challenged conventions, not only by succeeding in a violent world dominated by men, but by thriving openly and unapologetically within it. She demonstrated that strength, bravery, and leadership were not confined by gender or class, capturing imaginations far beyond the shores of her time. Her fierce independence became emblematic, celebrated in countless stories, ballads, and novels over the centuries that followed. To sailors, adventurers, and dreamers who came after her, Anne Bonny embodied the boundless freedom of the open ocean, a person who refused to live within the narrow confines society demanded. Her legacy has lived on not merely in legends of buried treasure or battle, but in the hearts of all those who aspire to courageously forge their own paths, challenging limitations and refusing compromise. As you drift towards sleep, let Anne's journey remind you that freedom, adventure, and authenticity are the richest treasures of all, more valuable than gold or jewels, enduring beyond fame or notoriety. Anne Bonny's spirit still sails upon the winds of history, calling to those who dare to listen, whispering encouragement to all who dream of living boldly, bravely, and entirely without regret. As Anne Bonny's story quietly recedes into the warm Caribbean night, the waves carry us onward, guided by lanterns swaying above the decks of distant ships. Turning now, we meet the man who sailed beside her, a pirate captain whose vivid character matched the colors he proudly flew atop his mast. Calico Jack Rackham awaits us, standing confidently at the wheel, eyes fixed toward horizons filled with risk, adventure, and endless possibility. His story unfolds across these moonlit waters, where daring voyages and bold decisions etched his name into the very soul of pirate legend. The busy port of Havana buzzed with restless energy, its docks crowded with sailors, merchants, and adventurers trading goods, rumors, and stories of the sea. Amid this lively chaos, one man stood out, known not just for his daring exploits, but also for the vibrant, patterned clothing that gave him his distinctive name. Calico Jack Rackham was a pirate unlike any other, his reputation shaped by a colorful personality as striking as the calico fabrics he favored. Rackham's legend was born not in shadow or secrecy, but openly beneath the bustling tavern lights and lively streets of pirate havens. His story begins here, in a world of lively taverns and noisy docks, where whispers of adventure became promises fulfilled, and where Rackham's bold spirit and charisma would soon make him one of piracy's most memorable figures. John Rackham, who would later become known as Calico Jack, was born around 1682, likely in England. Little is recorded about his earliest years, but history places him firmly within the bustling seafaring towns along England's southern coast, where stories of adventure and danger travelled easily from harbour to harbour. Growing up near busy ports filled with ships from every corner of the world, young Rackham was quickly fascinated by the freedom and adventure promised by the open sea. Rackham's early life was defined by a restless curiosity. Rather than settling into the quiet trades of his town, he felt an irresistible pull toward the docks. He spent hours watching sailors unload cargo, mend sails, and recount their exploits from distant lands. He absorbed their tales of treasure, peril, and endless horizons, dreaming of the day he, too, would sail beyond familiar shores into the unknown. As soon as he was old enough, Rackham found his way onto merchant vessels. His natural charm and quick intelligence made him popular among his shipmates, earning him trust and loyalty from early on. During these formative voyages, Rackham mastered navigation, learned to read the ocean's moods, and developed the skills necessary to survive and thrive in the unpredictable world at sea. Yet the orderly life of a merchant sailor proved too restrictive for Rackham's adventurous spirit. He quickly grew disillusioned with the routine and discipline required aboard trading vessels. Hearing stories of pirate havens and free ports in the Caribbean, Rackham's ambitions shifted toward piracy, an occupation that promised both excitement and autonomy, far from the rigid hierarchies of merchant shipping. By his mid-20s, Rackham reached the pirate-friendly shores of the Bahamas. The island port of Nassau became his home, a place where sailors openly flouted colonial authority and where pirates roamed freely, celebrating their independence without fear of capture. Nassau was a sanctuary that suited Rackham perfectly, allowing him to fully embrace the freedom he had long sought. Here, in lively taverns and crowded dockside inns, he quickly became a popular figure, known for his easy charisma, quick wit, and bright patterned clothing, which soon earned him the nickname Calico Jack. Rackham eagerly immersed himself in Nassau's pirate culture, befriending experienced captains and seasoned sailors who welcomed his enthusiasm and determination. It wasn't long before he joined the crew of Charles Vane, one of the most infamous pirate captains operating in the Caribbean at that time. Serving under Vane was formative for Rackham, teaching him not only tactics and maritime strategy, but also the critical lessons of leadership and pirate diplomacy. Though Rackham greatly respected Vane initially, differences in temperament soon emerged. Vane was notoriously brutal, often ruthless in his decisions, qualities Rackham found increasingly difficult to admire. Rackham's ideals leaned toward cunning, strategy, and calculated risk rather than outright violence. Eventually, these differences came to a head, culminating in a bold act of defiance. Rackham and other crew members mutinied against Vane, setting the stage for Rackham to emerge as captain in his own right. With command now firmly in his hands, Calico Jack Rackham finally stepped fully into his new identity. His early years of quiet dreaming and eager learning had brought him precisely where he wished to be: captain of his own ship, master of his own destiny, and ready to forge his own path across the Caribbean seas. With command of his own ship secured after the mutiny against Charles Vane, Calico Jack Rackham fully embraced his role as pirate captain. Rackham's decision to overthrow Vane was not just a display of ambition. It was a powerful statement of the values he believed piracy should embody: daring, cleverness, and freedom, rather than the cruelty and ruthlessness he had witnessed under Vane's rule. Rackham's early days as captain were marked by enthusiasm, innovation, and a spirit of camaraderie that quickly set him apart from many of his contemporaries. While other pirate captains might have ruled with an iron fist, Rackham led through charisma and charm, treating his crew as trusted companions rather than expendable subordinates. He fostered loyalty by distributing plunder fairly, involving the crew in decisions, and demonstrating consistent bravery and strategic ingenuity. Rackham quickly built his reputation as a cunning captain who relied on stealth, strategy, and surprise. Rather than confronting heavily armed naval ships head-on, he preferred swift raids on merchant vessels, catching them off guard, striking decisively, and vanishing before reinforcements could arrive. He was adept at deception, using flags and signals to mislead targets until they were safely within reach. Rackham's tactics earned him respect from his crew and fear from merchant captains who sailed through Caribbean waters. One defining characteristic of Rackham's piracy was his bold personal style, epitomized by the brightly colored calico clothing that inspired his nickname. His flamboyant outfits were more than mere vanity. They were symbolic of Rackham's philosophy that pirates should live fully and fearlessly. His striking appearance also served as an effective intimidation tactic, signaling confidence and unpredictability to his adversaries. Over time, his calico garb became iconic, closely associated with his exploits, reinforcing his growing legend. Rackham further distinguished himself by designing one of the most recognizable pirate flags of the era, a skull positioned above crossed cutlasses. This simple yet evocative symbol conveyed a clear and immediate warning, quickly recognized and feared throughout Caribbean waters. Rackham understood the psychological power of this imagery, using it to his advantage, ensuring that his presence alone was often enough to persuade enemy vessels to surrender peacefully. Perhaps the most significant turning point in Rackham's pirate career came with his meeting of Bonny in Nassau. Immediately captivated by her fiery spirit and uncompromising independence, Rackham invited Anne aboard his ship, defying societal norms and maritime superstition alike. His partnership with Anne not only marked a new chapter in his personal life, but greatly enhanced his piracy. With Anne's determination, bravery, and tactical brilliance alongside him, Rackham's raids became increasingly audacious and successful. Rackham's pirate crew further expanded when Mary Read joined their ranks, disguised initially as a man. Rackham's eventual acceptance of Mary upon discovering her secret demonstrated his openness and flexibility as a leader. Under Rackham's command, Anne and Mary openly defied traditional gender roles, fighting side by side with their male counterparts. The presence of these two remarkable women on board strengthened Rackham's crew, enhancing its reputation and effectiveness, and adding to his legend. Throughout the Caribbean, Rackham's name grew synonymous with bold, creative piracy. Merchants feared his distinctive flag, crews admired his fairness and courage, and colonial governors increased their efforts to capture or eliminate him. Yet despite the constant threat of naval patrols and bounty hunters, Rackham refused to abandon his principles or his flamboyant style. He continued sailing openly, defying capture, and remaining steadfast in his commitment to piracy as an ideal of freedom rather than merely profit or violence. By the height of his career, Calico Jack Rackham had established himself firmly among the era's most famous pirates, admired for his innovative tactics, charismatic leadership, and unwavering loyalty to his crew. His decision to embrace piracy was more than a choice. It was an affirmation of his lifelong dream to live freely and courageously, unbound by society's constraints, sailing confidently beneath a flag he had designed himself, boldly proclaiming his defiance to the world. Calico Jack Rackham's pirate career was one of daring voyages, skillful raids, and memorable moments at sea that wove a rich tapestry of adventure. His days unfolded across the wide Caribbean waters, sailing toward unexplored coves and secluded islands that provided shelter, respite, and the chance to savor victories won through cleverness and courage rather than violence alone. One particularly notable voyage carried Rackham and his crew to a hidden cay near Cuba, its crystal-clear waters protected by coral reefs. Here, in the calm, shallow lagoon, Rackham's crew anchored their ship beneath swaying palms, taking refuge after narrowly escaping a pursuit by colonial naval ships. Under moonlit skies, the pirates shared stories and rum around bonfires, their laughter echoing softly across the water, filling the night with rare moments of camaraderie and peace. These quiet interludes were essential, strengthening bonds of friendship and loyalty among Rackham and his crew. Rackham's skill as a pirate captain was most evident during raids on merchant vessels traveling the busy shipping lanes. On one occasion near Hispaniola, Rackham carefully shadowed a merchant convoy throughout the day, patiently waiting for the cover of night. As twilight descended, he swiftly maneuvered his ship close to his target, lanterns dimmed, sails expertly trimmed, moving almost silently upon the waves. Without firing a single shot, Rackham and his crew boarded the merchant ship, calmly persuading the captain to surrender his cargo rather than risk the lives of his men. The merchants, faced with Rackham's reasonable terms and controlled demeanor, readily complied, allowing him to claim his prize and sail quietly away, leaving behind bewildered but unharmed sailors to tell the tale. On another memorable voyage, Rackham led his crew toward the sparsely inhabited islands of the Turks and Caicos, navigating through a maze of reefs and small atolls. Here, the pirates found respite and solitude, anchoring in sheltered coves surrounded by beaches of soft white sand. Days passed peacefully as the crew repaired sails, mended lines, and fished in the abundant waters. These peaceful times allowed Rackham to quietly reinforce the bond he shared with Bonny, Mary Red, and his loyal crew, discussing future plans beneath starlit skies, the ocean whispering gently nearby. An encounter near the shores of Puerto Rico provided another glimpse into Rackham's tactical brilliance. Spotting a heavily armed Spanish galleon, Rackham understood a direct confrontation would be reckless. Instead, he devised an ingenious ruse, hoisting false colors and signaling distress. As the galleon approached cautiously, suspecting no trap, Rackham waited until the precise moment to strike. In a swift and coordinated maneuver, his crew boarded and overwhelmed the surprised Spaniards with minimal struggle. Rackham took pride in such bloodless victories, preferring wit and skill to brute force. Rackham's crew often recounted their captain's ability to navigate storms with remarkable calmness. Once, caught by a sudden tempest between Jamaica and Cuba, Rackham confidently directed his crew through towering waves and fierce winds, demonstrating exceptional maritime skill. As lightning illuminated the darkened skies, Rackham maintained steady control of his vessel, his reassuring presence giving courage to his crew. When the storm subsided, the pirates emerged safely, their trust in Rackham deepened by the captain's steady hand and cool-headed bravery in the face of nature's fury. Yet the true essence of Rackham's pirate career lay not only in these daring exploits, but also in quieter moments shared at sea. Beneath star-filled skies, Rackham frequently sat upon the quarterdeck, recounting stories or listening thoughtfully as his crew shared their own tales of adventure and dreams of freedom. He fostered a culture aboard his ship that celebrated not just treasure, but the companionship and solidarity of those who chose life outside the constraints of colonial law. Rackham's time as a pirate was marked by balance between daring adventure and peaceful moments at anchor, between strategic cunning and the simple joys of camaraderie. His voyages offered his crew more than merely the spoils of piracy. They provided freedom, friendship, and a sense of purpose rarely experienced elsewhere. Each adventure, each peaceful anchorage, each night spent beneath vast open skies reinforced Rackham's belief in the pirate's life as an expression of true liberty, creating a legacy that lingered long after he sailed his final voyage. Calico Jack Rackham stood apart from other pirates, not because of brutality or aggression, but due to his charismatic nature, vibrant style, and the unique way he approached piracy. Among his most distinctive traits was his fondness for the colorful, calico-patterned clothing from which he earned his nickname. Unlike pirates who relied on dark, intimidating attire, Rackham preferred bright fabrics and bold patterns, expressing his personality openly and confidently. This flamboyant style became symbolic of his identity, making him instantly recognizable to allies and enemies alike. Perhaps Rackham's most enduring contribution to pirate lore was his iconic flag, one of the most famous pirate banners ever flown. Unlike the typical skull and crossbones, Rackham's flag featured a stark white skull positioned above two crossed cutlasses. Simple, powerful, and instantly recognizable, this emblem became a lasting symbol of piracy itself. The flag conveyed a clear message to approaching ships, a silent but powerful warning urging quick surrender rather than confrontation. This clever psychological tactic aligned perfectly with Rackham's strategic, thoughtful approach to piracy. Rackham's charisma was central to his leadership style, enabling him to maintain loyalty and respect without resorting to fear or harsh discipline. His crew admired him for his fairness, generosity, and easygoing nature. Tales describe how Rackham often shared plunder generously, ensuring every sailor received their fair share, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie and trust rarely seen aboard pirate vessels. Stories also spoke of Rackham's diplomatic skills, negotiating smoothly during encounters, convincing merchant captains to yield peacefully rather than engaging in unnecessary violence. Rackham's openness toward Bonny and Mary Red further distinguished him from most pirates of his era. At a time when many pirate crews considered women aboard ships unlucky, Rackham defied convention, embracing their skills and courage openly. Legends persist about his admiration and support for these extraordinary women, emphasizing his progressive outlook and willingness to challenge traditional pirate norms. Rackham understood that true piracy valued skill, bravery, and loyalty over gender, reinforcing his reputation as both a thoughtful leader and forward-thinking captain. Among the many legends surrounding Rackham was the tale of hidden treasures, supposedly scattered across secluded islands throughout the Caribbean. Though historians have found little concrete evidence of such buried wealth, the story of Rackham's hidden gold became part of pirate folklore, inspiring treasure hunters and adventurers for centuries. Maps claiming to show the secret locations of Rackham's loot circulated quietly in taverns and seaports, fueling imagination and dreams of discovery. These legends enhanced Rackham's image, adding layers of mystery and romance to his colourful history. Rackham's personality, vibrant and optimistic, also became legendary. Unlike many pirates who cultivated fear through intimidation, Rackham relied instead on charm, intelligence, and diplomacy. This approach frequently turned potentially dangerous confrontations into peaceful surrenders, minimizing bloodshed and demonstrating the strength of wit over brute force. His reputation spread quickly among merchant ships and naval patrols, who viewed him as a pirate capable of negotiation, restraint, and even mercy, a rare trait among Caribbean pirates. Stories also emerged about Rackham's exceptional seamanship, particularly his ability to navigate treacherous reefs and hidden coves with ease. Many believed he possessed almost supernatural nautical instincts, guiding his ships safely through waters others found impassable. Tales recounted narrow escapes through reef-lined passages, his vessel gliding effortlessly between coral outcroppings where pursuers dared not follow. This skill only added to Rackham's mystique, enhancing his reputation as a captain whose talents extended beyond piracy into the realm of genuine maritime mastery. In all these ways, through style, symbols, tactics, and leadership, Calico Jack Rackham created a lasting legacy distinct from that of his contemporaries. His legend endures not because he was feared, but because he inspired admiration, curiosity, and respect. Rackham remains emblematic of the freedom and adventure pirates sought, remembered not just for battles or plunder, but for the charisma, boldness, and originality he brought to a world defined by risk and possibility. Calico Jack Rackham's adventurous life eventually approached its inevitable turning point. In the autumn of 1720, after months of successful raids and narrow escapes, Rackham and his crew chose to anchor in a secluded bay off the coast of Jamaica. This tranquil cove seemed the ideal refuge, hidden from sight, offering rest beneath tropical trees and nights lit by starlight. Yet the calm of this peaceful retreat disguised a looming threat. Unbeknownst to Rackham, the newly appointed governor of Jamaica, Nicholas Laws, had dispatched Captain Jonathan Barnett, a determined naval officer, to hunt down Rackham and his crew. Guided by intelligence provided by local informants, Barnett's ship slipped silently into position, closing in under cover of darkness. Rackham, confident in his choice of anchorage, allowed his crew to indulge in celebrations, unaware that danger was swiftly approaching. Barnett's forces launched their attack with swift efficiency. Taken by surprise and disadvantaged by their recent revelry, Rackham's crew was quickly overwhelmed. Despite the confusion, Rackham stood firm, rallying his sailors with passionate determination. But, outnumbered and overpowered, resistance proved futile. In a matter of hours, Rackham, Bonny, Mary Red, and their crew were captured, their ships seized by naval authorities. Brought to Port Royal, Rackham faced swift and decisive judgment. His trial became a spectacle, attended by curious colonists eager to glimpse the notorious pirate captain. Charged with piracy, Rackham offered no excuses, calmly accepting his fate with quiet dignity. Sentenced to hang, he faced his final moments with bravery, meeting death as boldly as he had faced life. Rackham's execution took place at Gallows Point in Port Royal, his body displayed as a stark warning to other pirates. Yet even in death, his legend continued. Anne Bonny's famously harsh final words to Rackham, "Had you fought like a man, you need not have been hanged like a dog," became an enduring part of pirate lore, symbolizing both Anne's fiery spirit and Rackham's complex legacy. Despite this dramatic end, Calico Jack Rackham's true legacy lives far beyond the shadow of his final hours. His life and deeds continue to echo through history, not merely as stories of piracy and plunder, but as enduring symbols of adventure, courage, and the pursuit of freedom. Rackham embodied the romantic ideal of the pirate captain, blending charm and strategy, loyalty and daring in a combination rarely matched in maritime history. His distinctive flag, the skull with crossed cutlasses, remains among the most recognizable pirate emblems, immortalized in literature, art, and popular imagination. Rackham's bold style, vibrant personality, and genuine charisma have inspired countless tales, novels, and films, forever linking him to the very essence of pirate folklore. Moreover, Rackham's legacy includes his open-minded embrace of Anne Bonny and Mary Red, two women who defied conventions to become legendary pirates in their own right. By welcoming and empowering them aboard his ship, Rackham subtly challenged the rigid social norms of his era, creating an enduring narrative of equality, respect, and progressive thinking rarely associated with piracy. To this day, treasure hunters, historians, and adventurers alike whisper Calico Jack Rackham's name in coastal taverns and dockside gatherings, recounting tales of his exploits and debating the fate of his rumored buried treasures. His legend is carried forward not by acts of violence, but by the strength of his personality, his clever strategies, and his colorful defiance of traditional pirate stereotypes. As you drift toward restful sleep, let the memory of Calico Jack Rackham serve as a reminder that true legends are built not from fear or notoriety, but from the courage to live boldly, to sail freely, and to write one's own story beneath endless skies and open seas. In the early 18th century, the Caribbean Sea was alive with possibility and peril, a place where freedom and defiance sailed boldly beneath pirate flags. Among those who claimed this turbulent world as their own was Charles Vane, a pirate whose fierce independence and unyielding courage carved his name into history. Unlike others who sought fortune quietly, Vane openly defied the encroaching grip of colonial authority, becoming a symbol of resistance and rebellion across the Caribbean waters. Picture the bustling pirate haven of Nassau in the Bahamas, where lanterns flickered along dockside taverns and sailors whispered of fortunes won and lost. Here, Charles Vane's legend was born, a man whose name would soon resonate across the seas, challenging governors and naval commanders alike, forever remembered as one of piracy's most uncompromising figures. Charles Vane emerged from humble and obscure beginnings, born sometime around 1680 in England. The specific details of his earliest years remain lost to history's quiet shadows, but it's widely believed he grew up along the busy maritime regions of England, where bustling docks and crowded ports shaped the lives of many young men seeking opportunities beyond poverty and hardship. Young Charles lived surrounded by the rhythms of the sea, where sailors from distant lands unloaded cargo, repaired rigging, and recounted stories of peril and prosperity on the high seas. As a boy, he would have walked streets echoing with these colourful tales, stories that stirred dreams of independence and adventure in his heart. Life along England's coast was rarely easy, offering few paths upward for someone of Vane's modest origins. It was this environment that sharpened his character, teaching resilience, toughness, and an innate ability to navigate the harsh realities of maritime life. Early on, he understood that authority and fortune belonged mostly to others, leaving men like him little choice but to forge their own destinies. Drawn by necessity as much as ambition, Vane left behind the familiar shores of his youth to serve aboard merchant ships bound for the Caribbean. This voyage represented not merely employment, but an escape, a departure from limitations that had defined his early years. The open ocean offered Charles a fresh start and the promise of self-determination. As a young sailor aboard merchant vessels, Vane quickly earned a reputation for bravery, resourcefulness, and fierce independence. However, the structured, disciplined life aboard merchant ships chafed at him. Increasingly, he found himself disillusioned by harsh treatment from captains, low wages, and the strict control exerted over his life and freedom. Gradually, whispers reached his ears of places where sailors lived by their own rules. Places like Nassau in the Bahamas, a pirate sanctuary where freedom was not just dreamed of, but realized daily. Intrigued by the prospect of genuine independence, Vane's ambitions shifted dramatically toward piracy. Soon enough, he left merchant life behind entirely, arriving on the bustling shores of Nassau. In Nassau, Charles Vane quickly found camaraderie among like-minded sailors and adventurers. He immersed himself fully in this new pirate society, absorbing its ideals, tactics, and codes. He became known among fellow pirates as a determined and uncompromising man, respected for his unyielding resolve and refusal to bow before authority. These formative experiences molded Vane into a pirate who would defy empires, governments, and conventions. His early hardships had taught him to prize freedom above all else, setting him firmly on a path toward infamy. From these humble yet resolute beginnings, Charles Vane prepared to forge a legacy as one of piracy's most fearless and defiant figures. Charles Vane's journey into piracy was shaped not by mere chance or whim, but by his fiercely independent spirit and a deep-seated disdain for authority and oppression. In Nassau, surrounded by like-minded souls who had chosen the open sea and personal freedom above submission, Vane quickly understood piracy as not only a profession, but as an ideal, a lifestyle where his defiance and bravery could thrive. At first, Vane sailed alongside notable pirate captains, learning the strategies of piracy firsthand. His relentless courage quickly set him apart, earning respect from fellow pirates who recognized his willingness to confront danger head-on. Early on, Vane demonstrated an unwillingness to accept compromises or submit to colonial authorities, traits that swiftly elevated him to positions of leadership among pirate crews. His turning point came in 1718, when Governor Woodes Rogers arrived in Nassau, determined to end piracy by offering royal pardons to pirates who surrendered and swore loyalty to England. While some pirates cautiously accepted this offer, Vane openly defied Rogers' authority, refusing to bow before any governor or king. Demonstrating his audacious resolve, Vane commandeered a captured French vessel, set it ablaze, and boldly sailed past Roger's blockade in a stunning act of defiance. This fiery gesture became legendary, symbolizing his unwavering commitment to freedom and setting him firmly on a collision course with colonial law. From that day forward, Charles Vane became a marked man, his piracy openly defiant against the mightiest empires of his age. His uncompromising stand inspired many pirates who saw him as a symbol of resistance against colonial dominance. Crew members who joined Vane knew they sailed under a captain who would fight without hesitation, never surrendering or yielding, regardless of the odds. Vane quickly gathered a formidable fleet of pirate vessels, striking merchant ships and colonial settlements with ruthless efficiency. He earned a fierce reputation, respected and feared by friend and foe alike. His decision to embrace piracy was not merely a rebellion, it was a declaration of independence, a bold proclamation that he would live and die on his own terms, free from any master but the sea itself. His pirate flag, stark and unmistakable, a skull set above crossed bones, flew as a clear warning to his enemies. With each successful raid, Charles Vane solidified his legend, transforming himself from a sailor of humble origins into one of piracy's most daring captains. Now fully committed to the pirate's life, he sailed confidently toward whatever fate awaited beyond the horizon, knowing he had chosen freedom above safety, defiance above submission, and adventure above conformity. Charles Vane's life as a pirate captain was marked by a series of bold exploits, daring escapes, and cunning encounters that solidified his formidable reputation across the Caribbean Sea. Far from a reckless marauder, Vane combined calculated aggression with careful strategy, conducting raids that highlighted his strength, daring, and steadfast courage. One particularly notable expedition took place off the coast of South Carolina, where Vane boldly captured a sizable merchant ship bound for England. After calmly boarding and securing the vessel, he discovered a trove of valuable cargo, rich silks, spices, and barrels of rum. Yet beyond the treasure, it was Vane's strategic discipline that truly defined the encounter. He carefully selected supplies and treasures, ensuring his crew took only what they could manage, avoiding unnecessary greed that might slow their escape. Leaving the merchant crew unharmed, he vanished swiftly into the horizon, his ship cutting quietly through calm waters, vanishing long before reinforcements arrived. Another memorable episode unfolded near the coast of Bermuda, where Vane demonstrated exceptional nautical skill. Chased by a heavily armed naval frigate, Vane expertly maneuvered his smaller, more agile sloop through shallow reefs and dangerous shoals, areas so hazardous the pursuing ship dared not follow. Vane's crew held their breath as he steered skillfully through narrow passages, reefs scraping dangerously beneath their keel. When the frigate was forced to abandon pursuit, Vane emerged triumphantly into open water, laughing heartily with his crew at their near-miraculous escape. Vane also established temporary camps on secluded islands throughout the Bahamas and the Florida Keys, hidden sanctuaries providing his crew with much-needed rest and respite from the relentless pursuit of colonial naval patrols. One such haven was a secluded cay surrounded by turquoise waters, abundant with fresh water and fruit trees, where his men could recover their strength after weeks at sea. At night, gathered around fires beneath starlit skies, Vane and his crew shared stories, jokes, and plans for future exploits, forging bonds of camaraderie and loyalty that strengthened their resolve. Perhaps one of Vane's most legendary adventures took place off the shores of Cuba, spotting a heavily laden Spanish merchant galleon guarded by two smaller escort ships. Vane understood that direct assault would be unwise. Instead, he orchestrated a cunning nighttime approach. Cloaked in darkness, he silently maneuvered his ship close to the smaller escorts, swiftly disabling their rudders and sails, rendering them helpless. With the escort vessels incapacitated, Vane boarded the larger galleon unopposed, calmly taking command without a single casualty. His crew cheered, impressed yet again by their captain's strategic brilliance. Yet not all his adventures were victories. After a violent hurricane separated him from his fleet near the Bahamas, Vane found himself isolated with only a single damaged ship. Despite being vulnerable, his determination never wavered. He skillfully repaired his vessel using supplies scavenged from deserted islands, fashioning new sails from canvas tents and patching the hull with salvaged timber. Within days, his ship was seaworthy again, reinforcing the crew's deep respect and trust in their captain's resourcefulness. Life at sea under Charles Vane was not merely a string of raids and escapes, but a continuous testament to courage, intelligence, and resilience. His crewmates admired his unwavering determination, steadfast bravery, and refusal to yield even under immense pressure. Together, they weathered storms, outmaneuvered naval patrols, and savored brief moments of peace and camaraderie beneath tropical sunsets. Each adventure reinforced Vane's legendary status, ensuring his name would echo through maritime history as a pirate whose greatest treasures were freedom and defiance itself. Charles Vane's legend grew not only from his fearless defiance of authority, but also from the unique way he embodied piracy's boldest ideals. Physically imposing and stern-faced, Vane's intimidating presence was matched only by his fierce independence and relentless spirit. Known for his fiery temperament and bold leadership style, he left a powerful impression upon anyone who encountered him, friend or foe alike. Unlike many pirate captains who employed charm or diplomacy, Vane was blunt, direct, and uncompromising. Tales circulated widely of his refusal to negotiate or compromise, even under great risk. One famous account described his encounter with a naval captain who offered safe passage in exchange for surrender. Vane's response was swift and clear. He defiantly fired his cannons in reply, signaling unmistakably that surrender was never an option. Such episodes cemented his image as a pirate who valued honor and pride above personal safety. Another distinguishing trait was Vane's exceptional seamanship. He was revered among his crew for navigating effortlessly through hazardous waters, maneuvering his ship deftly around hidden reefs and narrow channels. Captured sailors and colonial officers alike often marveled at his near-mythical ability to escape, recounting stories of pursuit that ended abruptly as Vane vanished into shallow passages inaccessible to larger ships. These repeated escapes enhanced his reputation, elevating him into a figure nearly legendary in his mastery of the sea. Additionally, Vane was notable for his strict but fair approach to crew management. Despite his fierce exterior, he deeply valued loyalty and courage, rewarding crew members generously and enforcing discipline consistently. While stern, he was not needlessly cruel to his men, maintaining order and respect aboard his ship. Crew loyalty was unwavering. Even after his death, former sailors often spoke admiringly of his fairness and strength, reflecting a deep respect uncommon among pirate crews. Legends of hidden treasures also followed Vane, although differently from his contemporaries. Rather than large caches of gold and jewels, stories told in dockside taverns and colonial ports hinted at scattered smaller hoards buried hastily on remote islands, emergency stores hidden in moments of pursuit. Adventurers spoke of discovering clues and cryptic maps, referencing Vane's hurriedly stashed wealth, adding mystery and intrigue to his legacy. Perhaps Vane's most enduring legend was the unwavering defiance that defined his pirate career. Where others yielded to pardons or threats, Vane remained true to his ideals. His consistent refusal to bow before colonial authority became symbolic, inspiring respect even among naval officers tasked with his capture. Vane's pirate career was less about the accumulation of treasure and more about the fierce independence and courage that defined piracy itself. In these distinct ways, through defiance, skillful seamanship, disciplined leadership and fierce pride, Charles Vane left behind a legacy that endures beyond mere tales of piracy. He remains etched into maritime history not just as a pirate, but as an enduring emblem of resistance and the indomitable spirit of freedom. Charles Vane's turbulent career eventually drew to a close, marked by a series of events as dramatic as the life he had lived. In early 1719, after enduring a violent storm that damaged his fleet, Vane found himself stranded on a remote island off the coast of Honduras. Isolated and with only a few surviving crew members by his side, Vane's situation soon became desperate. With provisions dwindling, the hardships of survival tested Vane's leadership and resolve. Weeks passed as he and his small crew waited anxiously, scanning the horizon for any sign of rescue or opportunity. Eventually, a passing merchant ship approached, offering brief hope. Yet this ship's captain, wary and cautious, soon recognized Vane's identity and refused to offer aid, leaving Vane stranded again, bitterly aware that his infamous reputation now isolated him completely. In a twist of fate, rescue finally arrived in the form of another pirate ship commanded by Captain Holford. Initially relieved, Vane's optimism quickly faded when Holford, holding past grudges and seeking favor with colonial authorities, seized the opportunity to take Vane captive rather than offering camaraderie. In chains, Vane was transported to Jamaica, his days of defiance and freedom abruptly over. Held prisoner in Port Royal, Vane faced swift judgment by colonial authorities, eager to make an example of him. During his trial, he offered no apologies or pleas for mercy, confronting his judges with unwavering defiance and dignity. Despite knowing his fate was sealed, Vane maintained a proud composure, calmly accepting the harsh sentence pronounced upon him. On March 29, 1721, Charles Vane was executed in Port Royal, his death witnessed by crowds gathered to see the end of the infamous pirate whose fierce independence had challenged the authority of entire empires. Even in his final moments, Vane's courage remained unbroken, his defiance unyielding. He met his fate without remorse, forever true to the ideals that had defined his life. Yet Charles Vane's legacy outlived his dramatic end. His name became synonymous with unflinching bravery and resistance against oppression, inspiring countless sailors and adventurers long after his execution. Vane was remembered not just as a pirate, but as a powerful symbol of personal freedom and relentless courage, an emblem for all who chose the uncertain paths of independence over the safety of submission. His uncompromising stance and fierce individuality resonated deeply, echoing through pirate folklore, maritime history, and popular imagination. stories of his exploits were passed down in taverns and ports, his memory preserved by sailors recounting tales of the captain who would rather face death than surrender his liberty. Today, Charles Vane's legacy endures as a testament to the timeless human spirit, the courage to resist, the strength to remain unbroken, and the fierce desire to live freely on one's own terms. As you drift towards sleep, remember his story as a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming odds, true freedom is worth every risk taken and every challenge faced. Charles Vane sails forever onward, his legend alive wherever dreams of independence and defiance continue to flourish beneath boundless seas and open skies. As twilight settled gently over the bustling docks of 17th century New York, lanterns began flickering to life, their glow illuminating merchant ships moored quietly in the harbor. The city, then merely a growing colonial port, brimmed with whispers of distant lands, hidden riches, and daring voyages yet to be undertaken. It was here, among these docks and merchant vessels preparing to sail across vast oceans, that Captain William Kidd's legend first took root. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Kidd's story is wrapped in mystery, controversy, and intrigue, a narrative not simply of piracy, but also of ambition, betrayal, and the blurred line between hero and outlaw. From these calm colonial waters, Kidd would set forth on a journey filled with adventure and peril, forever remembered as one of history's most enigmatic figures of the sea. William Kidd was born around 1654 in Dundee, a bustling maritime city on the eastern coast of Scotland. From childhood, he was immersed in a world shaped by ships and sailors, streets filled with maritime tradesmen, docks bustling with fishing boats, and harbours echoing with tales of adventure from distant oceans. Young Kidd's imagination was captured early by these vivid stories of voyages to exotic lands and mysterious islands far beyond Scotland's rugged shores. Raised in this coastal environment, Kidd quickly became comfortable around ships, mastering the rhythms of maritime life. His father, a modest seaman, introduced him to sailing, teaching him essential skills that would later serve him well: navigation, sail rigging, and understanding weather patterns. Though his family was not wealthy, their lives were stable and practical, anchored firmly to the cycles of the sea. As he grew older, Kidd's ambition began to surpass the quiet limits of Dundee's fishing boats and coastal vessels. Restless for broader horizons and greater opportunities, he traveled to London and then onward to New York, drawn by the booming commerce and promise of fortune in the New World. It was in New York, amidst its busy colonial ports, that Kidd's career truly began. Quickly adapting to life in the American colonies, Kidd established himself as a skilled and respected sailor, gaining a reputation as both capable and trustworthy. His seafaring knowledge impressed merchants and officials alike, and by the late 1680s, he captained merchant vessels regularly sailing between New York and the Caribbean. These voyages not only provided him with valuable maritime experience, but also built lasting relationships with influential colonial merchants and officials. During this period, Kidd also married a wealthy widow named Sarah Bradley Cox Ort, solidifying his social and economic standing within New York's prosperous merchant class. With Sarah's connections, Kidd acquired property and wealth, becoming a respected figure within the colonial community. His marriage seemed to set the stage for a life of stability and prosperity, far removed from the shadowy world of piracy. Yet beneath Kidd's growing respectability, his ambition and restless spirit remained unfulfilled. His conversations with prominent merchants and colonial governors often revolved around the increasing threat of piracy in the Indian Ocean and Caribbean, disrupting trade and threatening profits. These discussions eventually led to an intriguing proposition, one that promised adventure, wealth, and lasting fame. The offer of a royal commission as a privateer, licensed by the British Crown to hunt pirates and protect commercial interests. Accepting this commission, Kidd prepared himself for an extraordinary new chapter. Little did he know that this decision, initially seen as honourable and patriotic, would ultimately plunge him into controversy, transforming his life from respectable mariner to infamous pirate. With his eyes firmly set on distant horizons, Captain William Kidd began his journey toward legend, unaware of the turbulent and dramatic fate that lay ahead. Captain Kidd's transformation from respected merchant captain to one of history's most debated pirates began with an ambitious mission sponsored by powerful colonial patrons. In 1695, New York's governor, the Earl of Bellamont, along with prominent English investors, approached Kidd with an offer too compelling to refuse. They granted him a royal privateer commission, tasking him to sail to the Indian Ocean to hunt down notorious pirates who were threatening the rich trade routes connecting Europe, Asia, and the Americas. Kidd eagerly accepted this commission, believing it to be an honourable service to his country, one that would enhance his standing among merchants and colonial authorities. Gathering a trusted crew and acquiring a swift, well-armed vessel called the Adventure Galley, he set sail confidently, determined to fulfill his mandate and return victorious. His instructions were clear: pursue and capture pirates, reclaim stolen goods, and deliver justice to criminals disrupting British trade. Yet Kidd's voyage was troubled from the start. His crew, hastily assembled, proved difficult and unruly, many more interested in plunder than in upholding lawful authority. As months passed without meaningful victories or the promised riches, tensions aboard the Adventure Galley steadily grew. Frustration and desperation mounted, pushing Kidd toward difficult decisions. In the Indian Ocean, confronted by dwindling supplies and increasingly disgruntled sailors, Kidd faced mounting pressure. When he finally encountered a richly laden merchant ship, the Quedar Merchant, sailing under French passes, he found himself caught between duty and temptation. Although the ship's documents suggested she was sailing legally, Kidd's weary crew saw only wealth and opportunity, insisting the vessel was fair game. Faced with potential mutiny, Kidd reluctantly yielded, capturing the merchant ship and claiming her valuable cargo. This single decision, made under intense pressure, would seal his fate. Unknowingly, Kidd had crossed a critical boundary. His privateering commission forbade attacking legitimate merchant ships. From this moment onward, his reputation shifted dramatically. Whispers soon travelled back to England, branding him not as a defender of commerce, but as a pirate preying upon innocent traders. Realising the severity of his predicament, Kidd struggled to justify his actions. He attempted to gather evidence and paperwork to prove his innocence, repeatedly asserting his loyalty to the crown. But his pleas fell upon deaf ears, overshadowed by sensational reports of piracy spreading quickly throughout the colonies in England. Soon his sponsors, once powerful allies, began distancing themselves, abandoning Kidd to face mounting accusations alone. The very authorities who had sent him forth on his mission now denounced him, eager to absolve themselves of complicity. Betrayed, isolated and labelled an outlaw, Kidd saw his once bright prospects collapse into scandal and infamy. Thus, Captain William Kidd's transformation into a pirate was marked not by intentional rebellion, but by circumstance, desperation, and betrayal. A voyage begun with honor ended in notoriety, forever blurring the line between pirate and patriot, hero and outlaw. Kidd sailed onward, trapped by fate and circumstance, his story becoming an enduring symbol of maritime ambiguity, ambition, and tragic misunderstanding. Captain William Kidd's time at sea was marked by journeys filled with remarkable adventure, tactical skill, and profound moral complexity. Unlike many pirates whose lives were defined purely by aggression, Kidd's experiences on the open ocean often balanced daring exploits with quiet reflection and careful consideration. One notable voyage took Kidd's adventure galley into the warm turquoise waters near Madagascar, an island known among sailors as a safe haven for pirates and privateers alike. Here, Kidd briefly established alliances with other captains who shared his commission to hunt pirates. Anchoring in secluded bays lined with lush palm trees, Kidd held discussions beneath quiet tropical evenings, forming brief yet strategic relationships with fellow captains, whose loyalty, he soon realized, could be uncertain and fleeting. On another memorable voyage, Kidd encountered stormy seas near the southern tip of Africa. Guiding his ships skillfully around the notoriously treacherous Cape of Good Hope, Kidd displayed remarkable maritime expertise, safely navigating massive waves and violent winds that had claimed many vessels before. Throughout the storm, he remained calm and steady, reassuring his anxious crew through his composed leadership. When the tempest finally subsided, Kidd emerged stronger and more respected, reinforcing his crew's trust and admiration for his seamanship. Not all of Kidd's adventures were defined by peril. In calmer moments, Kidd anchored his ship off quiet, uninhabited islands scattered across the Indian Ocean. These brief respites allowed the crew to recover, repair their ship, and rest beneath the stars. During these peaceful interludes, Kidd walked alone along moonlit beaches, carefully considering his difficult position, caught between fulfilling his royal commission and satisfying his restless crew's demand for plunder. These moments revealed Kidd as a thoughtful, deeply reflective man, burdened by decisions and responsibilities that few could fully understand. One particularly noteworthy incident occurred off the Malabar coast of India, where Kidd pursued a suspected pirate vessel believed to have plundered local traders. Demonstrating keen strategic awareness, he patiently shadowed the ship for several days, meticulously assessing its capabilities. Rather than risk unnecessary combat, Kidd waited for the perfect moment to engage, timing his assault precisely. The encounter was swift, decisive, and largely bloodless, resulting in the capture of stolen goods without unnecessary violence. Kidd's tactical restraint and careful judgment earned him admiration among his crew, reinforcing his reputation as a fair and disciplined captain. Another notable episode unfolded near the coast of Sumatra, where Kidd and his crew encountered local fishermen struggling with damaged vessels. Pausing their journey briefly, Kidd instructed his men to assist the fishermen, offering supplies and repair materials. Though seemingly minor, this compassionate act was remembered warmly by local communities, who later recounted Kidd's unexpected kindness, adding layers of complexity to his reputation and underscoring the moral ambiguity of his circumstances. Yet, despite such moments of decency and heroism, Kidd's life at sea remained overshadowed by growing suspicion and controversy. News of his questionable capture of the Quedar merchant had begun to spread, causing uncertainty and anxiety aboard his ship. Kidd became increasingly cautious, navigating carefully to avoid confrontation with naval vessels and colonial authorities now actively hunting him. His voyages became tense and watchful, with moments of quiet reflection replaced by constant vigilance and apprehension. Ultimately, Kidd's time at sea was defined by this delicate balance between courage and caution, ambition and anxiety. His adventures were as complex and nuanced as the man himself, offering glimpses of bravery, honor, and thoughtful restraint alongside the growing shadows of misunderstanding, betrayal, and misfortune. The sea that once represented limitless opportunity and freedom now became a vast, uncertain expanse as Kidd sailed onward toward a fate he could neither predict nor control. Captain William Kidd stands apart from other legendary pirates, largely due to the ambiguity and intrigue surrounding his story. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Kidd was not defined by brutality or ruthlessness. Instead, his legacy is shrouded in complexity and contradiction, leaving historians and storytellers alike fascinated by his enigmatic persona. Physically, Kidd was known to have a commanding presence, tall, robust, and composed. He carried himself with the dignity of a man who had once enjoyed respect within colonial society. Witnesses often described him as thoughtful and reserved, someone who deliberated carefully before making decisions, traits unusual for pirates who typically favored swift, impulsive actions. His leadership style also set him apart. Kidd emphasized discipline and restraint aboard his ship, expecting his crew to act with order and civility, even in tense or uncertain circumstances. Unlike pirate captains who maintained authority through fear and intimidation, Kidd earned loyalty through fairness, diplomacy, and calm resolve. This unique style frequently inspired loyalty from his crew, who respected him deeply, even amid controversy. Yet the defining legend surrounding Kidd involves his elusive treasure, believed to have been hidden somewhere along the northeastern shores of America. Tales of his buried gold became famous, fueling generations of adventurers seeking fortune along beaches, islands, and coastal coves from New York to New England. Stories persist of Kidd's careful concealment, suggesting he marked locations with cryptic maps or coded messages, though no definitive treasure was ever uncovered. In addition to the treasure myths, legends grew around the ambiguity of his piracy. Unlike many pirates who openly embraced their criminal status, Kidd always maintained his innocence, claiming his actions had been misunderstood or deliberately misrepresented by powerful enemies. This persistent denial, supported by documents and letters he meticulously preserved, added layers of mystery to his legacy. Historians continue to debate whether Kidd was truly a pirate or simply a victim of circumstance, betrayed by those who sent him on his mission. One curious legend speaks of Kidd's ship, the Adventure Galley, being haunted after his controversial capture of the Quedar merchant. Sailors whispered that strange, inexplicable sounds echoed through the vessel at night, as if warning Kidd of his impending doom. Though likely exaggerated, such stories underscore the superstitions and anxieties that surrounded Kidd, highlighting the unease and moral complexity that followed him throughout his life. Even Kidd's trial and execution became legendary, remembered for their dramatic injustices rather than simple justice served. Many believed Kidd had been betrayed by powerful patrons who used him as a scapegoat to distance themselves from scandal. His dignified defiance during trial and calm composure as he faced his fate enhanced his reputation, marking him as a tragic hero rather than merely another criminal hanged at execution dock. These distinctive traits and legends surrounding Captain Kidd shaped a legacy unlike any other pirates. Rather than simple tales of violence and plunder, Kidd's story remains compelling precisely because it defies easy categorization. Filled instead with ambiguity, hidden treasure, and moral complexity. His legend endures, remembered not for simple villainy, but for the intricate, mysterious, and ultimately tragic nature of his life at sea. Captain William Kidd's final chapter unfolded amid betrayal, controversy, and tragedy, a dramatic culmination of events that began long before his return to colonial shores. Hoping to clear his name, Kidd sailed boldly back to the Americas, believing that his carefully preserved letters, documents, and royal commissions would absolve him of accusations of piracy. Instead, upon arrival in Boston in 1699, he was swiftly arrested and imprisoned, his powerful sponsors and political allies turning their backs, eager to distance themselves from scandal. Transported to London, Kidd stood trial before a hostile court, where he passionately proclaimed his innocence. Though he presented letters, commissions, and sworn testimony supporting his claims, the political forces arrayed against him proved overwhelming. Kidd soon understood that the outcome had been predetermined, his fate sealed not by evidence or truth, but by politics, betrayal, and public hysteria. Sentenced to death for piracy and murder, Kidd faced his execution on May 23, 1701, at Execution Dock along the River Thames. In his final moments, he maintained his dignity, speaking calmly and clearly, once more asserting his innocence before the assembled crowd. His hanging, however, became infamous. The rope snapped on the first attempt, leaving Kidd momentarily alive, a scene spectators whispered was divine intervention or a curse upon the unjust proceedings. Quickly rehanged, Kidd met his fate bravely, yet this unusual event added further intrigue and mystery to his already complex legend. Even after death, Kidd's legacy continued to grow, shaped by persistent rumors of hidden treasures scattered along secluded beaches and rocky coves. Treasure hunters pursued these elusive caches for centuries, guided by cryptic maps, mysterious clues, and whispered legends passed down through generations. Although no conclusive evidence of Kidd's wealth was ever found, these tales persisted, transforming him into a figure synonymous with buried treasure and maritime mystery. Yet beyond rumors of treasure, Kidd's true legacy is defined by ambiguity and complexity, qualities that distinguish him from most other pirates. Historians have debated his innocence and guilt for centuries, portraying him variously as a tragic hero, scapegoat, victim of circumstance, or unfortunate adventurer caught in the tangled web of colonial politics. His life remains a powerful illustration of how quickly fortune and favor can turn, leaving a respected captain branded forever as a pirate. Today, Captain William Kidd's story continues to captivate imagination precisely because of this enduring mystery. His legacy is preserved not only through legends of lost gold, but also through his steadfast assertions of innocence, his dignified courage under pressure, and the profound injustice of his trial and execution. Kidd's name resonates across maritime history as a poignant reminder that truth is often more complex than legend suggests. As you drift towards sleep tonight, remember Captain Kidd's journey, marked by adventure, betrayal, and tragedy, as a powerful testament to the fragile nature of reputation, the fickleness of fortune, and the timeless human quest for truth, justice, and understanding. Kidd sails eternally across history's oceans, a lasting symbol of ambiguity and complexity, forever challenging simple definitions of villainy and heroism on the endless seas. Picture a vast expanse of ocean, quietly shimmering beneath the soft light of dawn, stretching endlessly toward distant horizons. In these tranquil waters, the early 18th century saw the emergence of a pirate whose reputation would surpass all others, not merely for his daring raids and extensive travels, but for his discipline, intelligence, and remarkable authority. His name was Bartholomew Roberts, though history remembers him best as Black Bart, a man who would become the very embodiment of piracy's golden age. Unlike many pirates defined by chaos or brutality, Roberts commanded with order, efficiency, and a striking sense of fairness. His story unfolds gently upon the seas, where he sailed beneath skies both stormy and serene, becoming one of the most successful pirates ever known. His legacy remains etched deeply into maritime history, a testament to the quiet strength and strategic brilliance that set him apart from all who sailed before or after. Bartholomew Roberts was born in 1682 in the peaceful village of Casnawyd-Bach, near the coast of Pembrokeshire in Wales. Growing up in this quiet and modest community, Roberts spent his earliest years surrounded by gentle hills, green pastures, and distant views of the ocean, whose vastness whispered promises of adventures beyond his humble beginnings. From childhood, Roberts exhibited intelligence, curiosity, and an independent spirit. Though raised in a modest home, his parents encouraged his natural inquisitiveness, fostering his literacy and education beyond what was typical for his humble surroundings. It was said he had a particular fondness for books and maps, especially those depicting distant lands and oceans he had yet to see. As a boy, he spent hours gazing toward the sea, imagining what lay beyond the horizon, dreaming of a life less ordinary. As he grew older, the pull of the ocean became irresistible. At a young age, Roberts left behind his quiet village, embarking upon merchant vessels bound for distant ports. Serving as a sailor, he quickly developed the skills that would later define his reputation: navigation, discipline, and an innate talent for leadership. His early maritime career took him across bustling trade routes, from Europe to the Caribbean, exposing him to diverse cultures, languages, and the subtle politics of life at sea. Unlike many sailors, Roberts did not gravitate immediately toward piracy. He initially sought an honest career as a respected merchant sailor, demonstrating reliability and steadiness. His disciplined demeanor and skillful navigation earned him respect from captains and crewmates alike. His thoughtful and principled nature distinguished him from others who often turned to piracy for quick fortunes or easy plunder. Yet fate would soon alter Roberts' carefully charted course. In 1719, while serving as second mate aboard the merchant vessel Princess, his ship was captured near Ghana by Howell Davis, a Welsh pirate captain renowned for his charm and cunning. Davis quickly recognized Roberts's abilities and intelligence, persuading him to join his crew rather than remain a captive. Though reluctant at first, Roberts eventually accepted, beginning a new chapter that would dramatically change his destiny. Thus, from the calm shores of rural Wales to the bustling decks of merchant ships, Bartholomew Roberts was shaped by experiences both quiet and daring. His transition from respected sailor to infamous pirate was driven less by personal ambition than by circumstance and opportunity, setting the stage for one of history's most legendary careers at sea. Bartholomew Roberts's transformation into one of history's most renowned pirates began aboard the ship of Howell Davis, the charismatic captain who had captured him off the African coast. Initially, Roberts joined Davis's crew reluctantly, more from practicality than choice. Yet, beneath his initial hesitation lay a dormant ambition, waiting quietly for the right circumstances to awaken it. Roberts quickly adapted to life aboard a pirate vessel, drawing upon his extensive maritime knowledge and disciplined nature. Under Davis's guidance, he learned pirate tactics and the intricacies of maritime raids, rapidly earning the respect and trust of the crew. Although he had been brought aboard as a captive, Roberts soon became a vital and respected member of Davis's inner circle, admired for his calm demeanor and intelligent counsel. This unexpected chapter took a dramatic turn in June 1719, when Howell Davis was killed during a raid near Principe Island. The crew, facing uncertainty and needing immediate leadership, unanimously chose Roberts to replace Davis, a rare honor reflecting their profound trust in his abilities. At first surprised by their choice, Roberts embraced the role decisively, quickly proving himself to be not merely a capable pirate captain, but an exceptional one. Taking command, Roberts revealed a natural gift for leadership. Unlike many pirate captains who relied on fear and intimidation, he inspired loyalty through fairness, discipline, and intelligence. Roberts established a clear code of conduct aboard his ship, ensuring order and unity among his men. He emphasized collective decision-making and equitable division of plunder, creating a crew dedicated to him and deeply committed to their shared success. With newfound purpose, Roberts fully committed himself to piracy. Under his leadership, raids became strategically planned operations rather than impulsive acts. His meticulous approach turned piracy into an organized endeavor, maximizing rewards while minimizing unnecessary violence or risk. Roberts's disciplined methods earned admiration from his crew and quickly established his reputation as an unusually skilled pirate captain. Thus, the transformation of Bartholomew Roberts into Black Bart was not the result of reckless ambition or greed, but of circumstance, intelligence, and quiet determination. Stepping into piracy initially out of necessity, he soon embraced it as his calling, reshaping not only his own destiny, but the very nature of pirate life itself. Roberts would now sail confidently onward, a man who had found his true calling beneath the open skies and endless seas. Under the confident command of Bartholomew Roberts, pirate life took on a distinctly different character. Roberts conducted piracy not merely as an act of defiance or greed, but as a disciplined, strategic venture marked by careful planning, fairness, and a surprising sense of honor. Each voyage he undertook became a balance between daring adventure and thoughtful leadership. One notable voyage carried Roberts into the waters near Brazil, where he famously executed a daring and carefully coordinated raid upon a fleet of Portuguese treasure ships anchored in the harbor at Bahia. Under cover of darkness, Roberts skillfully navigated past coastal fortifications, quietly approaching his targets with remarkable precision. His crew boarded the ships swiftly, capturing vast amounts of treasure with minimal resistance. Roberts' disciplined handling of the raid ensured efficiency and reduced bloodshed, earning admiration from both his crew and even some captives who marveled at his disciplined approach. Roberts often sailed along the African coast, skillfully intercepting merchant vessels laden with gold, ivory, and spices. In one memorable instance near Sierra Leone, he pursued and captured a large French merchant ship, rich with cargo destined for Europe. Recognizing the ship's crew posed no significant threat, Roberts treated them with unexpected fairness, taking only goods and treasure while allowing the sailors to leave unharmed in lifeboats. This humane treatment of captives became characteristic of his command, distinguishing him from more ruthless pirates of his era. Another adventure took Roberts across the Atlantic toward the Caribbean, where he boldly sailed into the busy harbor of Bridgetown, Barbados. Displaying tactical brilliance and daring, Roberts calmly disguised his ship as a harmless merchant vessel, quietly slipping past patrol ships into the harbor itself. Once inside, he swiftly captured several anchored ships before authorities could respond, escaping smoothly back to open water. This audacious raid, executed with astonishing ease, further solidified his legendary status. Roberts' disciplined approach extended beyond battles and raids. He regularly held council meetings aboard his ship, involving his crew in strategic decisions and fairly dividing all plunder. These gatherings became legendary among pirates, symbolizing Roberts' commitment to equality and camaraderie. Evenings aboard Roberts' vessel often saw the crew gathered peacefully, sharing stories, songs, and laughter beneath starlit skies, forming bonds of genuine friendship and mutual respect. Roberts also displayed remarkable navigational skill, successfully traversing treacherous ocean passages others avoided. In one instance, his ship encountered violent storms near the Canary Islands, yet Roberts guided his vessel confidently through towering waves and dangerous currents, his calm leadership reassuring his crew. These feats reinforced their unwavering trust, deepening the bond between captain and sailors. Throughout these voyages, Roberts consistently demonstrated a thoughtful balance between strategic daring and personal honor. Unlike many pirates defined by brutality, Roberts believed piracy could be conducted with integrity, fairness, and respect. His adventures were as much a reflection of his disciplined character as they were of bold pirate daring, creating a legacy of respect and admiration unmatched among pirates of his era. Bartholomew Roberts stood apart from his pirate contemporaries through his unique blend of sophistication, discipline, and principled leadership. While many pirates earned their fame through fear or brutality, Roberts was renowned for maintaining dignity, strict order, and an almost gentlemanly bearing even in the midst of piracy. One distinctive trait was his impeccable appearance. Roberts was known to dress elegantly, often wearing rich tailored clothing such as velvet coats, silk waistcoats, and fine breeches, even while at sea. Witnesses and captured sailors recounted how he always appeared well-groomed and composed, setting an example of discipline and refinement rarely seen among pirates. This attention to detail in his attire symbolized his broader philosophy that piracy need not abandon civility or honor. Roberts also enforced a strict, clearly defined pirate code aboard his ships, a set of rules that became legendary for their fairness and clarity. His code required democratic decision-making among his crew, careful division of spoils, and humane treatment of prisoners. Gambling was prohibited on board to prevent disputes, and lights were extinguished at a fixed hour to ensure proper rest. This disciplined approach created cohesion and loyalty, allowing his crews to operate efficiently and cooperatively. One of Roberts' most famous symbols was his distinctive pirate flag, unlike any other. Known today as the Black Bart flag, it depicted Roberts himself holding a sword, standing upon two skulls labelled ABH and AMH, symbolising a Barbadian's head and a Martinican's head, representing islands hostile to pirates. This unique emblem conveyed Roberts' confidence, bravado, and personal strength, inspiring both awe and respect. Another legendary aspect was his remarkable skill in navigation and seamanship. Sailors whispered that Roberts seemed to possess an almost mystical ability to anticipate changes in weather or sea conditions, steering his vessels effortlessly through storms or dangerous waters that others avoided entirely. His uncanny ability to navigate safely through difficult passages reinforced his reputation as not merely a pirate, but a genuine master of the seas. Roberts also became legendary for his unwavering principles. On one well-known occasion, when offered a royal pardon from the British Crown, a tempting chance to abandon piracy safely, Roberts firmly refused, boldly declaring his preference for a short, free life over a long one controlled by others. This principled stand became a cornerstone of his legend, symbolizing his deep commitment to independence, freedom, and authenticity above all else. Rumors also circulated about Roberts' hidden treasure. Though unlike other pirates, he was not especially known for burying large hoards. Instead, legends suggested smaller caches, scattered strategically across remote islands and hidden coves, intended for future use or emergencies, rather than vast riches awaiting discovery. Treasure seekers often chased these whispered stories, further enhancing Roberts' mystique. Above all, Bartholomew Roberts' legacy was defined by his unmatched success and his surprising humanity. Unlike pirates remembered primarily for cruelty or greed, Roberts was celebrated for dignity, fairness, discipline, and strategic brilliance. His legend endures not simply as a fearsome outlaw, but as a sophisticated pirate captain who brought honor, respect, and thoughtful leadership to the open seas, forever reshaping the way piracy would be remembered in history. The final chapter of Bartholomew Roberts's remarkable career unfolded dramatically off the coast of West Africa, near Cape Lopez, in February 1722. Roberts, by now one of the most successful pirates in history, commanded a powerful fleet and enjoyed unwavering loyalty from his crew. However, his growing success and notoriety made him a primary target for British naval authorities determined to end piracy's golden age. Unknown to Roberts, the British warship HMS Swallow, commanded by Captain Challoner Ogle, had quietly tracked his movements along the African coast. On the morning of February 10th, Roberts' crew spotted a ship in the distance. Mistaking it for a merchant vessel, Roberts confidently decided to engage. Too late, they recognized their mistake. The Swallow was heavily armed, disciplined, and determined to capture the legendary pirate captain. Despite being outgunned, Roberts immediately took charge, skillfully maneuvering his ship and rallying his men. A fierce battle erupted, cannon fire roaring across the ocean's surface. Amidst the chaos, Roberts stood confidently on deck, issuing orders with characteristic bravery and poise. Tragically, a well-aimed grape shot struck Roberts, killing him instantly. His crew, devastated by the loss of their admired leader, surrendered shortly thereafter. Roberts' sudden and dramatic death was a profound shock, deeply mourned by his loyal crew. Honoring his final wishes, expressed long before, the pirates solemnly committed his body to the ocean, ensuring their beloved captain would rest eternally beneath the waves, rather than being captured or publicly displayed. His burial at sea was a dignified and emotional moment, reflecting the deep respect and loyalty Roberts had inspired. Yet even after his death, Roberts' legacy endured, becoming an essential part of pirate history and maritime folklore. The capture of Roberts' fleet was hailed as a significant victory by British authorities, signalling the beginning of the end for piracy's golden age. Colonial newspapers reported his demise widely, fascinated by the story of a pirate captain who had achieved such unprecedented success through discipline, intelligence, and fairness, rather than simple brutality. Roberts' principled leadership, sophisticated demeanor, and strict pirate code continued to inspire generations of sailors and adventurers. Unlike many pirates remembered chiefly for violence or plunder, Roberts left behind a complex legacy of thoughtful leadership, bravery, and honor. Historians consistently highlighted his unique approach to piracy, painting him as a gentleman pirate whose actions embodied genuine principles and integrity. Even today, the story of Bartholomew Roberts remains compelling precisely because he defied typical pirate stereotypes. He exemplified the idea that even pirates could live by codes of honor, loyalty, and fairness. Roberts' success as a pirate was unmatched, capturing over 400 ships during his short but remarkable career, and his disciplined approach became legendary. As you drift gently towards sleep tonight, let the legacy of Bartholomew Roberts remind you that true leadership lies not in fear or brute force, but in fairness, wisdom, and the courage to live authentically. Roberts sails onward through the pages of history, remembered not merely for his wealth or power, but for his unique ability to inspire respect, loyalty, and enduring admiration on the boundless seas of memory. As these vivid stories of adventure, courage, and freedom slowly fade into silence, allow the soothing melodies surrounding you to carry you deeper into restful sleep. The lives and legends of these pirates, each unique, complex, and timeless, now softly blend into the peaceful music, gently accompanying your journey into dreams. Rest comfortably and deeply, knowing that these tales remain with you, ready to revisit whenever you desire. For now, let the calming music embrace you, guiding you safely and quietly into a restful, rejuvenating sleep.